What is going on here? First I have to shoo away a creeping white tomcat, and now there's a perfect stranger in my bathroom. Get out, will you? I guess so. I never imagined my bathroom would be such a hub of community activity. Oh, do be a dear and show yourself out, won't you? Out!
Ooh.
Now, if you please! This room is private. Her lips and ate an ear aptitude.
Hey, tell. I think that...
How can I help you, my friend? What? I'd never. If you must know, I was merely checking up on Maxine, the mayor's cat. What a delight she is. The temperament of a tiger, the grace of a leopard, and the manners of a lady all rolled into one. A perfect puss, if ever there was one.
Interesting devices, these pygmies among pyramids. They may be small of stature, but their potential is gigantic. Deceivingly clever. It is a trait all demonic machinations share. Yes, demonic. So very obvious to the trained eye. These apparatuses have been forged among the voids of the outer realms, where the light of stars does not reach. You do well to treat them with the utmost care. Perhaps it would even be for the best if you sling them into the reaches of infinity that surround the shelter plane. Better safe than sorry. It is an uncommonly trite thing to say, but it applies to all things demon-dreamt and devised. Whether you agree with me or not, always remember this, hunters, always, that when demons are in play, you are the hunted, and that it takes stupendous cunning and strength to escape their snares. The very moment you are certain you have them in your grip, that is the moment their traps spring, and it is their grip that shatters your soul. Dueling with demons is like playing chess against an opponent with queens for pawns. They sit and grin while your pieces slip in the sweaty fear that drops from your beleaguered brow.
Greetings, traveller, and may the Immaculate Conduit's myriad blessings comfort and cradle you. Tell me, have you yet heard the revelation? You mean you haven't heard? Oh, what fortune that I may share the goddess's salvation with one who has, as yet, been lost. Steel yourself, friend, for your mortal spirit could be forever transformed from this moment forth. The conduit, our link to the goddess herself, has given us a special gift, and the gift is thus. By following her instructions and becoming initiated into the one way, we can each of us live on for a span greater than the number of stars that twinkle within the goddess's right eye. What's in a name, dear friend? For we all begin equal in the conduit's eyes, and only through great deeds may enter into her inner ring. She came from on high to we mortals and showed us the path to the goddess, where all living souls are naturally inclined. She showed us that injury and malady need not mark the end of life, but that through her methods we could ascend to greater life in service of the goddess. For this hallowed information, you must seek an immaculate chapel. Go north, friend, through the forest and into the town of Silverglen, where all may be revealed. There, among her followers and friends, dwells the goddess's ecstasy, her one way. Go on the path to the righteous, my friend. Forget not that the conduit has great plans for you.
Report!
Nothing to report, sir.
You never have anything to report.
Isn't that a good thing?
Salutations! Source hunters, I see. I'm Sergeant Courteous, proud protector of this house of Legion goods. Courteous is my name. The Legion is my calling. This is a storing house for Legion supplies, perhaps the most important building in the realm, by my and others' estimation. And I, Sergeant Courteous, have been trusted to guard it. Report?
Still nothing, sir. Suppose there just aren't any thieves around.
If there were no thieves, why would we be guarding this place? Think!
Makes sense, sir.
This place reeks of orc stench.
Guard duty's not so bad, hey?
Would be quite a bit better if I could do it in peace.
Just making conversation, mate.
Mate, he says. We are colleagues, nothing more.
Come now, it's just a turn of phrase.
Will you please turn your phrases elsewhere? Keep your pleasantries to yourself. What are you doing inside this warehouse, snooping around?
A report.
If it's conversation you're looking for, I'd recommend my comrade Florius, or as I prefer to call him, Loose Lips McGee. As for myself, my job is to protect this warehouse, not chit-chat with intruders.
This place
That
reeks
idiot
of orc-
man-child would sooner spend an hour chatting up a thief than a minute arresting him. I only hope he gets transferred out of this warehouse and straight to the perimeter. Let him rot off as zombies here instead of mine. Even thinking of him turns one into a gabbing hen. Please, leave me be.
Well, a source hunter. A very hearty welcome to our humble warehouse. Have a look around. And don't mind if I pick your brain about the scoop around Undervale. I'm behind on my current affairs. I tell you, this gig sure beats getting my toes bitten off by zombies out in the field. We warehouse guards don't have to do much apart from stroll the perimeter a few times an hour. And, of course, every now and again, some friendly folks, like yourself, will wander through here. And nothing beats a pleasant conversation, though my comrade Horatius has quite different opinions on that matter. Have you talked to him? Thinks every man, woman and child who steps foot in this place wants to rob it blind. If I so much as greet a townsperson with a hello instead of a state your purpose, he starts frothing on and on about guardly duty and security breaches. This Jake business is quite the scandal, no? I myself suspect his wife Esmeralda, and the butcher seconds that, let me tell you. Then again, and you didn't hear this from me, he's going through quite the nasty divorce himself, and there's his children to consider. But I imagine his youngest, Kimberly, won't mind. Never did get on well with her mother ever since the incident. Oh, it's an unparalleled pleasure having a fresh ear around here. That fusspot said what? Well, old Loose Lips will let that lowly backbiter know what he thinks about that. Hey. So, something you'd like to say to my face?
I haven't a thing to say to you. I'm on duty.
Duty, indeed. Put up your fists.
Are you mad? We're guards, not drunks on the street.
Enough! Both of you! What is this barbarism? Back to your post at once!
Sir, this is an important matter. A matter of honour.
Such matters are to be settled on your own time. Understood?
Understood, sir.
Such bickering is all that thieves need to sneak by unnoticed.
It won't happen again, sir.
It better damn well not.
That old spoilsport Horatius can gripe all he wants. I won't let him affect my disposition. No, sir.
You've caused enough distractions, I think.
Desist, prowler. None shall pass through this door, for with my very life do I guard the Legion's riches.
Would be quite a bit better if I could do it in
This is a storing house for Legion supplies. Perhaps the most important building in the realm, by my and others' estimation. And I, Sergeant Courteous, have been trusted to guard it.
Please turn your
My
face
guarding of this door has been more steadfast than the coming of the tides. Nothing can make me back down from my duty.
One day, Moira. One day you'll show 'em all.
Well, I suppose I'd be a fool to suspect a source hunter of petty theft. Have a look around then, friend. I'll open the door.
One day you'll show 'em all.
With all this gold, you'll be able to buy all the friends you need.
a source hunter! About time the council took us seriously. Maybe you can start with the two idiots hiding their pet orc here.
Bringing your little orcish girlfriend here is like bringing a wolf to a hen house.
Nonsense! Listen! She's purring, the darling.
What fool would trust a two-bit love potion out of a back-page circular from youthful gore?
Two-bit indeed. Not even a skeptic like you can deny that she loves me.
An orc in love? Ha! When this little charm fades, she'll liberate the flesh from our faces.
Come now, enough doom and gloom. Cast your gaze instead upon my fair, fanged filly.
Avert your gaze, and I'll handle this threat for all our sheiks.
She wouldn't hurt a fly, and I won't let you hurt a horn on her head.
Ah, who better than a proven orc crusher to convince my dumbbell of a friend here that orcs are predators, not pets?
Enough of that. I know how dangerous an orc can be, but this one has been reformed. Anyone can see that she's completely docile, but my prejudiced friend here still wants to kill her.
Maybe before the Great Orc Raid we had time to indulge Ninius's idiotic obsessions. But now we're needed at our posts. I can hardly believe I've been wasting time protecting an orc when I should be running them through.
Excuse my friend's violent outbursts. He hasn't enjoyed a woman's touch in quite some time now. It makes him a bit edgy.
Your woman's touch is less of a loving caress and more of a claw shanked brutally through the throat. I'll take my chances as a bachelor, thanks.
My friend here and I were patrolling outside the city walls, when who did I see creeping along the shore but this lovely orcish lady? For a brief second, as long as eternity, we locked eyes. Perhaps confused by the butterflies in her stomach, she sprang up and began running, claws bared towards Marius. Fortunately for him, I had the presence of mind to ignore my sword and instead adroitly fling my pouch of trinkets towards her. A vial of love potion shattered over her head, and when she turned to face me, she became instantly enamored. I'm sure she must have been compelled to join the Orcish army under some kind of duress. A lady with such a sweetly savage manner would never willingly join up with those vicious marauders.
I can assure you there wasn't a hint of sweetness in those murderous eyes when she lunged at my throat. She may be confined here for now, but who's telling when she'll escape and who she'll rip to shreds?
I've always had an amateur interest in all things alchemical. When I read in an esteemed periodical from the Wizards of Youthful Gore about an amazing opportunity that could change my life, I had to act fast or lose the once-in-a-lifetime deal. I sent away for the world-famous love potion, available for a limited time only, and it has worked exactly as promised.
You see what a fool my friend has been, spending all his cash on snake oil and bringing a temporarily tranquilized monster into our midst to boot.
What kind of monster would lie in a published advertisement? I'm sure the effects of the potion will be everlasting, as printed.
You see, he'd believe it was noon at midnight if he read it on a printed pamphlet. Please tell me you can reason with him, or ditch reason and use your sword to shave him from his murderous darling.
She's got to be put down. If this love potion is as dodgy as it sounds, she could come to her vicious senses at any time.
What's the point in causing more pain in this beleaguered city? Question her and see what comes of it.
Good on you. These boss men respect...
You must realise that if this orc gets loose in the city, we're the ones who'll have to put her down and deal with the bloody aftermath.
Yes, honest pay for an honest day.
Don't you want to see whether or not this experiment proves successful? A real working love potion. Think of the possibilities.
No, we'll do as I say.
Glad to hear I'm not the only one with common sense around here. I'll do the honours myself.
No! She's harmless! Please! You bastard! You had no right!
No right to protect not only you from your own stupidity, but myself and the citizens of Saysil as well.
It's you we need protection from, murderer! Fortunately, the Wizards of Youthful Gore make a revenge elixir that will show you what's what.
Go ahead and throw your sugar water on me if you like. Your foolishness is no longer my problem. Thank you, stranger. If you ever need help, I'll do my best to repay you.
A man in love with an orc? Bloomin' bullfrogs, is he blind, stupid, or both? It's a good thing you advised his friend to run the savage through. Imagine the hell-sent mongrel that would have crawled forth from that union.
Day labour's more suited to my nature anyhow.
Yes, honest pay for an honest day.
Half-bred mongrels, wicked love potions, unholy union between man and orc. Who can say which was the most terrible aspect of this circus? What matters is that the affair's been resolved for good thanks to that Legionnaire's swift blade and your keen decision-making.
Thank you for talking some sense into that knucklehead. That she-beast would have been the death of us.
To go pacing now, I'll walk out that door.
Good on you. These boss men respect company.
I should have done this from the very start. That orc would have literally broken Ninius's heart. Thank you for resolving the matter.
You there! Where can a few honest sailors find a living wage around here?
As fine a specimen as one.
Our home, our livelihood, all sunk in a matter of minutes while we could do naught but look on.
Living wage.
Well, we were merchants what seems like a moment ago. With our ship sunk, we're little more than free men with nothing more to say than boo. These bleeding orcs. I can't keep off this place for the life of them. They came in here, slinging fireballs and swinging swords.
Wasn't a thing we could do to defend ourselves. That was a right stunning show of magic you pulled, it was. Wish you'd been around when our own barge went down in flames. With our ship gone, nothing for it but to get a job. Slim pickings around here, that's for sure. Maybe you can keep an eye out, though.
Owen has as many friends as the man with many cheeses.
Red and orange, yellow and green, the finest veggies...
What are ye staring at? Captain Jack's the name, though the title may be a little generous at the moment. My crew ran off, and I can't find enough hearty souls to help me reload the ship and sail off.
Not in the mood.
Those scallywags heard there be silver in the Lacula mines, and they abandoned ship like the lily-livered turkeys they are. Haven't seen them since the day we docked. Some poor chaps lost their ship and want some work. Just send them to me, and tell them there's a bit of coin and a lot of rum coming their way if they don't mind a bit of honest labour.
Have you found us a job yet? We'll take anything. Really. So there's a captain offering booze and brass for a bit of crate loading. Gods be praised. You've done it, friend. Off we go.
Must we truly waste precious time providing seamen with new situations? Each sifting grain of sand in the hourglass is another warning. Act now or open the doors to death.
Are you the captain who's looking for some fresh blood for your crew?
By the siren song am I ever. You boys willing to earn your day's pay?
Yes, Captain.
Ho ho, let's get to it then.
It's good to be employed.
Come on, you bilge rats, hop to it. By every blowfish in the blue, these are some scallywags. My hope dashed and restored, one right after the other. Thanks. To work.
Nice day on the water, innit?
Oh, it's good to be
a
employed.
Hero, through and through.
Let's see. Halibut.
Say, no one's around. You wouldn't raise a fuss if I, borrowed one of these fish, would you?
Borrow indeed. I'll sooner meet a cat wizard than see that merchant repaid.
Come now, I'll be good for it, I swear! Oh, my story's tired by now. I was happy enough, prosperous enough, before these lean times around Saysil began. Still, that doesn't waive a man's need to eat, you know. I never would have dreamt of resorting to petty theft during better times, but what choice have I got now? If it's steal or starve, I'll choose steal. So what do you think? Should I snag a fish?
That merchant has to eat too, you know. Leave the fish alone.
I'm sure this one little fish won't starve the merchant. He should take the fish.
I never would have expected the finest source hunter in the land to encourage thievery. Your judgment is the gold standard, you know.
Ethics are fine in theory, but nothing would stop me from helping you through a hard time. This man merely holds that same principle.
Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots. Watch the undead quiver in their mouldy boots.
All right, we'll do it your way.
That's the spirit! Or should I say, the soul?
Wait, that's my fish.
Sir, did you just steal that fish?
No, I paid for it. The merchant just left, but I paid. I paid before.
You were a witness to this event now? Tell me what happened.
This man is telling the truth. He paid for that fish fair and square.
Indeed, he did not. He's a thief and should be punished.
Don't be a stick in the mud. After all, there are plenty more fish in the sea.
The man's crooked as a barrel of fish hooks and you'd let him go? He'd just steal again.
No. We'll do as I say, and there's an end to it.
I can't thank you enough for your, discretion. I'll be going now.
Well, sorry to have bothered you then, sir. Carry on.
That thief is free for now, but I wonder how long it'll be until his growling belly seduces him back onto the crooked path. I can understand your sympathy for that man, but feeding him for one day will hardly remedy his circumstances. You would have done better to help him more substantially than by covering up a single petty theft.
Let's see. Halibut. Let's see. Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
Get it while it's fresh. This batch is only hours from the sea. Sorry, but I haven't the time for chatter. These days, a moment's inattention is all a thief needs to snatch my livelihood out from under me. The dead are on the prowl, the councillor's been murdered, and now source hunters are encouraging petty theft. The few honest amongst us are swimming against the stream, I'll tell you what.
You craven chickens! You cowards here while the rest of us walk!
Woe is me! Dry hair, my sorry lot! O mighty ocean, how I pine for thee! Hear a shell's lament, yield me unto the water! Look! A wanderer comes my way, walking the sands upon which this poor shell must suffer. Call me Ishmael, son of the sea, an outcast upon these wretched shores. An exiled shell, doomed to live under a canopy of arid sky, not his native tender water. Of course I can talk. Don't be silly. There's more tongue to me than heart. Indeed, the surprise should be mine, for I still remember the days when your kind swung from branches and plucked the vermin out of their neighbor's fur. Huh. Time is an indulgent mistress to one who spends happy hours as she passes. But when your existence is one of misery, she becomes a lethargic harpy. Oh, I remember ancient times, for I have lain here since antiquity, when the ruins around us were palaces, and the sun-bleached dead merry children. All this I have seen, alive, alone, alas. My fate is a cruel one, I assure you. How many snot-noses have held me up against their dirty little ears, only to claim they can hear the ocean? Of course they can hear her, the brats! We are on the very edge of the great aquatic mother, whose embrace I so desperately long for. Yes, yes! I, King of Pearls, ache to repose anew on his coral throne. Hurl me toward the water, swing me as far as your arm's strength gives lease, and treasure long sunk I will grant thee. He returns, creature of the earth. Would that this creature of the sea could return as well. What do you say, kind knight? Will you return the King of Pearls to the sea, so he may yield you long-lost treasure?
Kindness is its own reward. Then there's the promise of treasure to boot. Let's throw him into the sea.
And pass up the opportunity of simply taking him and selling his valuable pearl? I think not.
Don't be so greedy. Indulge me, and let me return poor Ishmael to his throne.
Who says he'll make good on his promise? This pearl is a sure thing. His words, however, are not.
No, we'll do as I say and there's an end to it.
Liberator, kind benefactor, bless me the might of your sea-bound bitch. The sea, I have returned, where every wave feels like a mermaid's kiss. May the bounty of the deep be yours, along with my eternal gratitude.
I need a moment to reflect. For the good of all, source hunters ought to be as altruistic as I without exception.
All this talk of giving, yet you won't offer me a moment's peace.
Come one, come all, and see the amazing singing Stefan! Saisil's only sentient severed head! Tricks are for kids! This here is the greatest illusion in Andavale! You
What a
there!
tale!
You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a severed head! Step right up!
Today, I think, a king
the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Eliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm.
Ha! Fantastic!
Today
Don't ask me what the tale's about. I'm just here for the eye candy.
What's that nutter on the back hollering about? I can hardly hear the show for all the ruckus.
Have known Sigurd himself.
Don't ask me what the tale's about. I'm just here for the eye candy.
So ardently
This
did he
show
crave-
is worth the hype, though that bloke in the back seems to be having a bit too much fun, if you ask me.
Today, I think, a king. The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war.
What on earth would an undertaker want with the likes of Huggett?
Said to have
What
known
a
Sigurd
tale!
himself.
Sherman, show all of them. Saysil, what you're made of. Apart from beer and flatulence.
Bersha's shape is gone, gone, gone. Think it vanished through one of them swirly shrines?
Fantastic!
It is said, and
Zombie ate your dog? Orc sunk your ship? No matter! You're at Katarina's Fair, a veritable summer home for troubled minds. Won't you take a seat and let our esteemed entertainers whisk you off to a better place?
Tricks?
Well, I'm Katarina the Fair, fairest First Lady of the Fair, of course. I do love making the acquaintance of my patrons, and who knows which of them might become one of my performers. I've an open stage in want of talent, and I've often found the best young performers among the rank and file of the audience. The theatre's favour has overcome you, has it? Marvellous! I do so love a fresh green talent ready to bloom. But I support players, not writers, you see. If you want to perform here, you'll have to find tried and true material. Check the library and see if any of the classics there interest you. I'd love to see a Source Hunters take on one of the old standards. Right away, my dear, just as fast as your boots can carry you. You've found something decent to perform, I trust, and you've gathered enough actors to do it justice? Speak to Master Chaucer if you're ready for your debut. He alone can adequately prepare you for the stage.
Come one! Come all! Can't you hear the stage calling you? Performers, showmen, show all of the... Saysil, what you're made of. Apart from beer and flatulence. You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. And who are you supposed to be? Oh, I should have been one of the greats. But here I am gathering peasants to watch peasants perform broadside pageants for peanuts. No, really? I hadn't noticed. If not for this ridiculous condition, you'd know me as the king's favorite thespian. Don't you have an impressive library here in Saysil? I'm sure that beast of a librarian could rustle something up for you. Katarina's given the go-ahead, has she? Oh, very well then. Tell me when you're ready to begin, and I'll show you to your places and gather you whatever crowd of drunken yokels can be prevailed upon to watch you flail about on stage.
Have some pity.
Ready for your trial by fire, you mean? There's no more savage foe than an audience, my dear. But I'm sure you'll do just fine. May the show begin! Wouldn't we all? But unlike a true thespian, you haven't a scrap of material to work with. Must I spell out every step along the way? To the library!
By the seven, what a tale!
My word!
My word!
What is it this time? Ready for your trial by fire, you mean? There's no more savage foe than an audience, my dear. But I'm sure you'll do just fine. May the show begin! Not planning on playing to an empty audience, are you? Wait until I've gathered some victims to witness the spectacle, and then you can begin. Any last words?
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated. Not long now, the audience is just about to take its seat. Now, let's not be hasty. They may be dragging their feet, but your show is sure to knock the crowd's socks off. As soon as they settle into their seats, that is.
Bravo! Bravo! My word. Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
I haven't felt so unfulfilled since my wedding night.
By the seven, what a tale!
What is it this time? Oh, please, don't make me say it aloud. Even I have some sense of decorum.
Can you spare a coin?
My word!
Fantastic! Bravo! Bravo!
Oh, here we go again. Try not to embarrass yourself too terribly, please. And I'd like to be the king of Stormfist, but I haven't got the credentials, have I? Come back when you've found some material worthy of my stage.
My word!
Fantastic! Ha! Fantastic!
What is it this time? Oh, here we go again. Try not to embarrass yourself too terribly, please.
stage is yours. The crowd is completely appalled by your retelling. Are you sure that's how the story goes? Perhaps you ought to study a bit more and try again later.
I wouldn't waste another minute on this trash.
Fantastic!
What is it this time? Really? 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 You're going to make me say it? Fine. You were absolutely, utterly, inarguably the worst performer I have ever had the displeasure of observing. Glad you asked.
Today,
By the seven!
King,
What a
the
tale!
great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said...
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world-famous Reginald the Entertainer. Better check it out if you don't want to miss the time of your life. Oh, I'm nothing but your average man taking in the best show I've ever seen. I'm amazed and astounded that for a meagre gold coin or two, I can take in this first-rate entertainment all day long. Well, I've stumbled into quite the fine gig. I just let my appreciation for Reggie's work be known, and he slips me a few gold coins in return. My voice happens to carry pretty far. Saysil hears me. Saysil wants to see what the fuss is all about. And let me tell you, this amazing show just can't be beat. Well, drawing a crowd's what I do best, and I'd be glad to do it for your little show. 100 gold up front, and yours will be the hottest ticket in Saysil. 98, 99, 100. Looks like all's in order, Chief. So, ready for a bigger crowd than you can shake a stick at? Stand back and watch this.
You have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst...
By the seven! What a tale!
Did he crave creamy blues and gory reds, that he...
Oh, here we go again. Try not to embarrass yourself too terribly, please. If I wanted to wait around doing nothing, I'd get a job at court.
When did you say this was supposed to start again?
The stage is yours.
Again?
I hope there's an
The crowd breaks into an approving chuckle. Continue, by all means.
I hope there's an encore!
Bravo!
Good show!
Eager to hear more, the crowd leans forward with great interest. One lady in the back is already chuckling. She must have heard this one before.
Oh, I hope there's an encore!
Good show!
The crowd's curiosity is piqued. Oh, do go on before they explode.
Fantastic!
Fantastic!
Good show!
That's it, Source Hunter. You've got this joyful crowd right where you want them. Now, take them on home.
Good show!
Good show!
Simply marvellous!
They like you. They really, really like you. Well done, Source Hunter.
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut. It's the future of entertainment.
That was really
something else. I'll never forget it.
What is it this time? Well, I must say that was, well, impressive. A bit like myself during my blue period, if I do say so myself. Here, have a little something from the fair coffer. I dare say you've earned it. Oh, here we go again. Try not to embarrass yourself too terribly, please.
You hear distant mutterings of curiosity as a small crowd shuffles toward your stage. A few moments longer, and everyone will be seated. The stage is yours.
Well, what's the...
Oh, I hope there's an
The crowd seems to know the tale. They wholly approve of your beginning.
Bravo!
The crowd is thrilled. Whatever will happen next is sure to excite them.
Fantastic.
Oh, I hope
The
there's
crowd seem quite impressed with your delivery. Keep it up.
Marvellous.
Simply marvellous.
Simply
The
marvelous!
crowd gasps. They're on the edge of their seats. Go on. Push them over.
Simply marvelous!
Fantastic!
Gasps ring out across the audience. They must know how it ends. They simply must.
Oh.
The crowd explodes into applause and appreciation. You've woven them a tale of desperation and hope, and they are alive with the thrill of it.
What is it this time? Bravo! Bravo! Well, I'm certainly not afraid of admitting when I'm wrong. That was, well, nearly enjoyable. I suppose you earned yourself a little something for your trouble. Wouldn't you agree?
Cruel fortune.
Ever been serenaded by a severed head?
You there! Sit! Stay a while! Right in front. I'll excite you. I'll delight you. I'll beguile you. I'll besmile you. I'm Cedric the Sensational, and I'm playing to an empty audience. Don't pity me. No, sir. Just a few years ago, I was the all-singing, all-dancing, all-sensational darling of the town. People came from far and wide just to witness my amazing act. When Reginald came, he brought some fantastic prop with him. Now, have you seen it? A talking head! Now, I never expected a silly gimmick like that to be my main competition. It seems even my usually choosy audience has been taken in by that hack's little gizmo. I'm a man of skill, sleight of hand, feats of wit, and pure entertainment. This curio is ruining what used to be an art. And even when there's no crowd to speak of, old Reggie still has at least one fan calling bravo and hee-haw. Sure as the sun sets, that one devotee attracts 5 more, and those 5 more all curious about the commotion. I don't know how he inspires such loyalty with less talent contained between his hat and his boots than I've in my crusty handkerchief. I, a person whose sole job is to praise the performance and stir a crowd. A genius invention. No wonder Reginald has had such success. I knew his act couldn't have outshone mine on its merits alone. Please, Please, you must hire him for me. Imagine the scowl on that conman's face when my rightful audience returns to me. A must-see event.
Fantastic!
You there! You don't look like someone who's ever been serenaded by a
My word!
Step right up! My word!
My word!
Tricks?
By the seven! What a
The
tale!
greatest illusion in Andavale!
My word!
You there! Take a seat! Prepare to laugh your head off, cry your eyes out, and teeter on the edge of your seat with an original tale from Stefan, the talking severed head! I am Reginald the Illusionist, purveyor of the most amazing artifact in Andavale, this fantastical talking head. Catch the act while you can. This show will only remain in Saysil as long as there are Legion soldiers to entertain. What a generous spectator! Find a seat in the front, eh? That's right, a talking head. And he doesn't just talk. He'll weave you a yarn so fantastic, you'll be begging to hear just one more, and just one more. It's quite a story how I found him, too. I obtained this curio by some rather sensational means. You see, I was diving in search of a rare medicinal sea herb. I volunteer with the local children's apothecary on weekends, in the shallows around Saysil's own Black Cove, when I spotted something amazing, the chest belonging to the fabled Captain Pontius. Though the chest was stuck fast, I summoned a swell of great strength and prized it free from the ancient rock. I had the treasure of a lifetime in my very hands, but then, slurp, gulp, I was swallowed by an ornery kraken that seemed to appear from nowhere. In the hubbub, I lost hold of my prize and watched it sink to the bottom of the beast's cavernous belly. Still, I feared only for a moment that all was futile. Before my mind's eye swam the faces of the many war widows and leprotic orphans who would be lost without my charitable support. I knew I had to live. Grabbing fast to the hilt of a cutlass that floated by at just that moment, I summoned all my strength to slash a great gash in the creature's gut. Freeing myself from my would-be tomb, I swam as quickly as I could, first to the surface and then to the shore. It was there, along the rocky beach, that I tripped over this talking head. Strange, isn't it? Are you impressed by my prowess in the arts of entertainment? Nothing attracts a crowd like a crowd, and that crowd warmer has increased my profits by 60%. Simply by showing a little honest appreciation for our show. Ha! Yes, I know of that talentless bull. He was here entertaining the troops before I was brought in. I'm sure the hack simply bored his audience to tears until they cried for a replacement. Enter Reginald the Illusionist. We need our boys in red happy, relaxed, and ready to fight. Not wasting their energies cringing at a fool with a depressed rabbit in a borrowed hat.
Fantastic!
A talking head? What dark sorcery is this?
And a talking arse. Would that be sorcery too? No, of course not. That is called Medora.
Today, I think, a king, the great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines. It is said, and this I have heard from a ghost who knew Elba, who knew Elliot, who is said to have known Sigurd himself, that the king had a great thirst for colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest across his realm. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end. I doubt I have to tell you that I am the amazing singing Stefan, the only sentient severed head in Saysil. My audience sings my praises from hill and dale. Psst, you're a source hunter, aren't you? Oh, bless the seven. Look, you've got to help me. I've been kidnapped. Pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal everything. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it, then.
Hey, stop that!
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti. Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end. Patience, patience. Once we reach Reginald's cellar, I'll reveal every last sordid detail. Pleasure to meet you. Now, please, Stefan has many fans to meet today. Psst, help me. Take me to Reginald's cellar. There I will reveal everything. What do you call a source hunter who finds a way to draw a crowd away from where he or she would like to perform a clandestine operation? A resourceful hunter. Come now, it can't be that hard to find something to draw off the attention of this bleating herd.
My word! My word!
Back for more, I see! Well, I can't say I'm surprised. What with Stefan rattling off legendary yarn after yarn. Take a seat, won't you? I think you've gotten quite familiar enough by now, thanks. Keep your paws in your pockets, if you please.
Today, I think a king. The great
What are you looking at me for? There's a great show going on right in front of you. And look, there stands the world-famous Reginald the Entertainer. Better check it out if you don't want to miss the time of your life.
So ardently
Well,
did he
I don't see why I should. Reginald and I have grown rather friendly, you know? And in any case, it'll be hard to pull myself away from this fantastic show.
The great Sigurd and his rainbow of war machines.
Well, I guess it's been long enough since I've stretched my wings a bit, and it ain't so far of a flight now, is it? Maybe I will have a peek at what Cedric's up to over there.
A colour. So ardently did he crave creamy blues and gory reds that he ordered a contest.
Ah, a familiar face. Come, watch the show. I promise it'll take your mind off beheading baddies, or whatever it is you do with all those muscles.
Land!
Ah, cruel fortune.
Cedric's show is a doozy! Woo!
Quite the commotion over here. What's all the fuss about?
The best in Saysil! The best! Quite the commotion over here. What's all the fuss about?
The talking head was really something compared to this, but who wants to watch a show all by one's lonesome?
The talking head was really something compared to this. But who wants to watch a show all by one's lonesome?
Quite the commotion over here. What's all the fuss about?
Well, I'll be a goblin's uncle. I hadn't the faintest clue there was another show over here.
Hey, it's you again! I don't have to tell you that Cedric's act will help you banish belly fat and inspire your kids to say no to drugs. I'm happy to laugh my head off at the finest show in Saysil as long as Cedric keeps paying me to say so. Oh, son of a ghoul. I mean, keeps performing these amazing feats.
Wow.
Doesn't anyone care about the oldest...
Strange! You appear to be my only client. Did the whole of Saysil eat some bad chicken, or what? Aye, these Saysilian cows wouldn't dare chew their cud without the full support of the herd. Without my crowd warmer, I can't attract a crowd for the life of me. I knew that fool could never have garnered so much as a guffaw on his own merits. I'll see to this matter immediately.
What? Where is everyone trotting off to? Don't they want to hear how the story ends? Doesn't anyone care about the oldest Dragon Knight of Rivellon and his machines of rainbow-ribboned war? What? Where is everyone trotting off to? Don't they want to hear how the story ends? They haven't even heard the legend of the three-legged goat and the blind orphans of East End. What? Where is everyone trotting off to? Don't they want to hear how the story ends? I haven't even told them about the locust-eating monks' yearly pilgrimage to Mount Rakator. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti... Oh, excuse me, I'm trying to prepare for the next show. Autographs will have to wait until the end. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
All right.
If Reginald sees us, he'll have you arrested and me fitted with a muzzle. To the cellar, post haste. To Reginald's cellar, Source Hunter, before we're seen.
Time to that charlatan.
This is the
Here we
finest
are.
show in the land.
Wait a moment, this isn't Reginald's cellar. Come, Source Hunter, we must have privacy.
Wow?
Not here, not now. We'll be better off speaking in the privacy of the cellar. There are eyes and ears everywhere. You know the healer's clinic, don't you? Oh, what's his name? Theliron. Yes, behind Theliron's house of healing, along the cliffs, you'll find Reginald's sparse little shack. There I know we won't be overheard. He keeps a spare key right near the place in a pen guarded by a rather lonely little sheep. You can't miss the bugger.
All right.
He's a con man! Don't donate your time to that charlatan!
What?
'Tis I, Reginald the Illusionist! I said, 'tis I, Reginald the Illusionist! It's all over now! Without my clients, I'll starve! I'll be thrown into the cold! I'll have to sell my favorite silk underthings just to pay for firewood! This inbred fool of a monkey has ruined me! Who am I? Without a swelling crowd calling bravo! I am no one! Don't speak that name in my presence! I'm certain he's either bewitched or bribed my crowd away from me.
All right.
There's an old saying in show business. If your benches are empty once, they'll be empty forever. Looks like old Reginald's reputation is wrecked.
Well, that Gallagher is quite the performer. One of my own ilk. Sometimes all the flies need is a little honey, eh? And things are certainly buzzing around here. Oh, just like old times. The rush, the thrill. What a delight. Please stay and enjoy the show, though you may have some trouble finding a seat.
He's a con man! Don't donate
This
your
is the
time to
finest
that
show in the
charlatan.
land!
Now, let's not make a scene. I already told you you were not exactly terrible. Don't let your head swell too much now. I may have quite enjoyed your last performance, but I'm not one to gush.
Donate your
Finest show in the
time
land!
to that charlatan!
Wow.
All right.
Wow.
You there! You look like an actor just waiting for his big debut.
'Tis I, Reginald the Illusionist!
All right.
I said, 'tis I!
Bah! If you think black sheep are weird, try weir sheep.
Lucky find!
Ah, excellent. This is just the place, Source Hunter. We'll have all the privacy we need. Come, I've a sordid tale for you, Source Hunter. Ah, a little privacy at last. Out of earshot of that contemptible jester. We can finally speak freely. Where shall we begin? My true name is Nick. In life, I was an entertainer aboard the ship of the famed Pontius Pirate. I once dared to defy him and he savagely beheaded me for the attempt. Little did I know the abuse was only beginning. A wandering sorcerer, mad as the day is long, found my severed head on the beach and resurrected me. I spent months in his company listening to him blather on about his every inane opinion. When I asked him to return my head to my body, it must be in the Black Cove still, he became enraged and tossed my head into the sea. Reginald stumbled upon me some days later and consigned me into his horrid little show. I know not how long I've been entertaining slack-jawed imbeciles at the Saysil fair. All I know is I just can't take it anymore. More than anything. But the chances are so slim with the Black Cove utterly infested with Pontius's undead cronies. My poor lost body is among them, sightless and silent in their vile company. For all I know, they're using it as a coat rack. traveller, if there were any way you would brave the cove's depths and reunite me with myself, you'd be doing me the only kindness I'd have received in as long as my poor memory serves. That charlatan doesn't have a lick of his own talent, so he begs, borrows and beats it from those of us with a real vision for the stage. What I wouldn't give to give old Reggie a swift kick in the jugglers. Oh, to have legs again. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
Treasure!
Dear me, oh, how the coast reminds me of my long-fled youth. I sailed the seas, I walked the worlds. The sun is out, and yet I feel a cold inside my soul. The bane of age, the crux of years. Oh, how nice it is of you, the very picture of youth, to break the monotony of an elder's day, wild away on this hardwood bench. Pray, let me be forward with you, O sapling rose, O leaf of spring, for my weary mind is troubled, and would highly prize thy gentle-handed assistance, thy kind ministrations. I am but an aged elf that has seen the years parade in long succession. Gladly shall I tell you more. Will I regale thee, O whelp of men, with my tale? But not here, where the winds may steal my words. You would listen to my grievances, guide me towards untroubled realms. Oh, you are truly a wonder, oh budding flower of the morn. Yet that which I would tell you is of a rather private nature, so let us escape both the chill and the eye of public scrutiny. Hot spiced wine and a snug little room awaits us on the King Crab's first floor. Let us go there, so that we can warm our bones, yet make shiver our hearts with a tale of loss and sorrow.
Join the Spud Club if you've got an eye for farm potatoes.
last will be beaten. Beaten like the anvil of Grog, the torturer. All hail, Grog! All hail his hot-steeled instruments. The hunters go a-stalking in the night. By the needles of the million bleeder, they'll end it all in blood! You have come, yes. That is most satisfactory. Begone, brittle mask of age. Hear me now repeat the words of Brittletooth, the child snatcher of Carador. Come, play with me, for I'm hungry. Come, play, play, play! My name is Eglandir Twil Salanar, elf of the house of Gandavum, the slaughtered house of Gandavum. But by the twin blades of the Shadow Vixen, I shall have my revenge. The walls of memory are stained with blood, and I would see them bloodier still. The game, yes! A game of blood and brutality, of death and dexterity. Fun as herring the horror harlequin. But, like the serpentine stalker hisses before the stab, hush now, darkness, darling, hush, hush, and listen to my tale. The elves of Gandavum, they lived in peace, oh yes, but one night, when the moon had hid her face, the orcs of the tribe of Kazuldagar beset our city. They cooked and ate and burned every last one of us. The light of dawn never saw an elf of Gandavum no more. All undone, every last one of us, except for me, the midnight rambler, away from the city. I was very old back then already, though indeed I whisper of many years hence. But death shall not find me. Oh no, not until every beast of Kazuldagar has been bled. I may be frail, a withered grey, but the wealth of kings is mine. Countless assassins have ministered to the vengeance that is my want, and now is almost over. By Kala, lady of the last gaze, I swear it is almost done. Only the very last one of the Kazuldagar still eludes me. The crowning kill that would seal its fate and mine alike. I have tracked her down. By the curse of the spine spear I have. She does not know her ill-shapen sun is setting fast. Colour the dusk red, O sword of youth. Bloody the day with the bramble sap that runs through the veins of Victoria. Bring me the amulet that clings to her flesh, soon to fade. And yours shall be the bounty of vindication. Mine shall be its sanguine satisfaction after long, long last. Yes, Victoria. She is the one whose heart must be held in hand, the heart around which the fingers of that hand must clench and tighten until its choking flesh bulges with blood and its beat slowly breaks. The orcs of Kazuldagar, they knew my name. Oh yes, by the bite of the roving rattler, they knew my design. And so they sought to save their last, an infant, she who was to be queen. To no avail, oh no. Years, how many I know not. Years I searched, and now she has been found. Her name is that of a woman, her employment that of a civilized being. But by the fork of Barbara Man-Eater, she is nothing but an orc, a cyst of nature, one of a misbegotten litter dragged into life from the tumoured womb of a filthy, coarse-haired beast that was humped like a dog in the darkness of a stinking hollow. Victoria, librarian, daughter, adopted child of Cecil, Mayor of Saysil. There is bloodlust in you. I can feel it. Let it out. Set it free. Undo the last of the Kazuldagar. By the breasts of Sishara Goatsucker, give me my revenge!
That was quite the radical change we witnessed. I never would have thought that the benign old man we met outside would turn out to be a vengeance-driven aficionado of assassins.
Wild teeth of Suluma.
He has been driven to madness by grief, I think. But I understand his urge to see every last one of that orc tribe dead.
Perhaps, but let's just say I understand him no longer. His madness is now focused on the demise of an innocent, be she an orc or not.
Pay the big cheese on your block with a wheel of the good stuff.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? Someone wants to see Victoria dead? That cherub of the book? That seraph of the library? Outrageous! Hear you me. You must stop that dog by any means necessary. As Mayor of Saysil, you have my permission to take drastic measures if need be.
Jageta, friend. Kira Lizor. Oh, do pardon my language, my friend. But that is quite the startling revelation. So much sadness, so much anguish. Eglandir's tale is heartrending, though it seems that in the pursuit of retribution, he has himself become as great a ghoul as those that wronged him. Does he not see that I am now the one who is to be wronged? Why, oh why must he make me, of all gentle-minded and life-loving creatures, why must he make me the target of his imperishable hate? Whom have I ever harmed? I live for books, not brutality. So, let us approach the situation with reason and ask ourselves, where do we go from here? Though, first let me say this. From my heart, I thank you for warning me. I thank you and I trust you. So pray, let me pose the question. What do you advise we should do? My amulet? But it is Haxmaji, a sacred token that houses the presence of my ancestors. No, I cannot part with my talisman, the keepsake of my soul. When you put it like that, I guess I cannot say that it is. I do this very reluctantly, but fine. Have my talisman. May it fool the elf that would see me dead.
Lonesome?
Sir, no, sir.
Ah, the Source Hunter. Oh, joyous hour. Whom would you have the Legion arrest? The elf. What in the name of Ahu's arse should I arrest him for?
He wants us to kill Victoria.
Nonsense. The man is just senile and quite harmless.
Just be a dear and let me handle this, okay?
Listen, what we handle ourselves, we handle better than the Legion, don't we?
No, no. We'll do as I say, and there's an end to it.
So, he wants you to kill that savage the mayor calls his daughter, does he? Hardly seems a crime to do so. But I guess I cannot allow assassinations to take place. I won't arrest him unless I have some actual evidence, though. Or did you think I'd simply take your word for fact? So, you've found proof, have you? You have established this elf has been responsible for the death of many an orc and would like to be responsible for another. I'd give him a medal for his diligence, but apparently source hunters protect the green skins that blight our lands. So be it. Eglandare will be arrested, and you can pride yourself on the travesty of justice that you have brought about.
Again!
Here I wait for thee in the dark, but the stab shall bring the light, minister to death. That is what I want of thee. Yes, yes. Have you made the orc feel the black and biting cold, center toward the gangling grip of the greedy grey? Huh? Yes, so it is. So it is. By Angus, the Impaler's favourite steak, you done well by me. Oh, Ravager of Gazaldagar, the last of their line is dead. The house of Gandavon has been avenged. Sweet flowing blood. The quest of decay is at an end. My wealth is yours. My life is death's. By the hollow sockets of the voidwood eye gouger, I bid thee thanks and fond farewell.
You, Sir Elf with unpronounceable name. You are charged with the intention to kill Victoria, daughter of Saisil's mayor. In the name of Captain Aureus, you are hereby under arrest.
I don't understand you. I mean, oh, young and able-bodied legionnaire, I'm but a frail old man with a cough in his lungs and pain in his bones. What harm could I have done?
Oh, I don't rightly know, sir. I'm afraid I have my orders and I must obey. Please follow me.
I guess I must. I guess I must. Oh, dear me, don't walk too fast now, or my back will fail me. I haven't your youth, my boy. Old as the oaks I am. Dear, oh dear. What is happening to me?
It's not as bad as all that.
The face furious. She...
Away from me! Oh, cruel and callous youth! Oh, brutalizer of the old! Guard, release me! This infant knave has preyed upon my aged and failing mind. Where am I? What did they say I did? Oh, bitter misery! Oh, my aching joints!
You think that's funny, Private?
Oh, fancy that. A source hunter barging in when the lady of the house is fully dressed. Who could have fathomed such a thing?
What? Oh, it's you! What news? You had Aureus arrest him? Capital! Let that dog rot in his cell!
Turjageta, friend. He has gone. Oh, Dijlazim az Ashtinek, you have saved me. Thank you, my friend, thank you. It is a terror to know someone prays for your demise, but you have undone it. The sun that is your chivalry has dissolved the dew that was Eglandir's hate. May the gods bless your heart and shield your soul from harm. Volume 1.
Excuse has more holes than a...
Halt! These gates are to remain closed at all times. Captain's orders. Wait a second. Well, I'll be a little red imp's uncle, the source hunter. Sorry for the gruff treatment. I didn't recognise you right away. Please tell me, how can I aid the investigation? You can see security's tighter than ever around here since that surprise attack the Orcs did on a fortnight ago. They did enough damage to shake up Ahu and Captain Aureus something fierce. We can only hope to hold back the undead and these left-field Orc attacks long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Certainly, though it's a shame we can't lend you our swords on your expedition.
Look alive, my good man. This gate'll be short work for a well-equipped contingent of orcs.
Still thinking about exploring the beach? You're free to go, though we legionnaires are under strict orders never to abandon our posts, so we won't be able to back you up.
The Sicilians retreated from this battle. But what about the orcs?
Either they've taken to the sea or set up an encampment in yonder caves. Keep your weapon at the ready.
Away with your weapons! Away! Leave humble orc to mourn in peace. I don't want to fight. I ain't after no fancy stone. I just want to bury these bodies the traditional way. It's the least I could do for my dear brother Oggy. Oh, he was such a dear lad he was. We wanted to see the world, but we saw next to nothing before he was called to serve the old mother in the afterlife. Don't play dumb with me, small bones. You know as well as I that your little city here won't be rid of us orcs till my kind gets that fancy schmancy bloodstone you got in yonder cove. In our hometown, we honour the dead by decorating their graves with whatever materials we have. In this case, it's wood. They look rather fetching, don't they? I'll keep you proud. In our village, oh, poor Oggy will never see her again. Tradition goes that a warrior should be buried with his best armour so he can defend himself in the afterlife. There weren't so many spoiled after the battle, but I managed to give old Oggy the best set. A proud send-off for a proud soldier.
A grave with a full set of hand-picked armour, eh? We've got to know its location.
Absolutely not. It isn't worth causing that orc so much grief for little more than some sheets of metal.
Come now. I bet you'd look awfully fetching in a new set of armour.
Pity so becomes you, my dear partner. You become ever more lovely when you take mercy on vulnerable souls.
No, we'll do as I say.
You want the location of Oggy's grave? Now, what use could you have for that, small bones? Keep bothering about it, and I may have to call over my friends from up the beach to deal with you.
Corpses with loot. Hand me my shovel.
First one to strike gold buys dinner.
Ha! That pathetic heap of source-addled frog skin thought it could fool us, did it? Old Medora knows for certain that orc would have loved nothing better than to axe you in the back while it cried on your shoulder. Well, I'd agree that most wars aren't a matter of good on one side and evil on the other, but the war against Source is certainly the exception. I suppose, without knowing for sure whether this orc's a sorcerer, it's hard to call. And perhaps you're right that it deserves the benefit of the doubt. Dancing dugongs, you nearly startled me out of my boots. Well, you've got my attention, comrade. Ask away, my friend, ask away. Always helps to know a thing or two about who's covering your back against the gnashing hordes, eh? Come now, comrade, you ought to have better sense than to ask me why I despise the basest, cruelest, filthiest creatures in all of creation. Most of we source hunters can recall more than enough memories of the look of an orcish blade coming down between the eyes, or the cold pressure of one of their studded clubs held to the temple. In that sense, I'm no different than any other. But the difference? Well, I'll say this much. With age, one might forgive the soldiers in an enemy army, might see them as cogs in a machine, might witness the humanity within even the cruelest enemy. Even so, some acts of war are utterly unforgivable. I have memories, comrade. Memories jagged as splinters. At times, I feel them threatening to tear me apart.
Away with your weapons! Away! Leave humble orc to mourn in peace. And why'd you be needing that information, small bones? That's right. He was a great soldier, he was. What a kind request. Follow me to the gravesite, but have some manners. Once here at my feet, watch your step, will ya? I'd pour out a whole pipe for you if I could, brother.
Fine! Curses upon you!
Confound it!
We've come too far to lose to such foes! Time to deal some damage!
How could that happen? You were right there.
Touch of frost.
The time of your death is at hand!
Another innocent has fallen.
Innocent? Huh. Consider it target practice, for there isn't a true innocent in all of Rivellon.
Target practice? What kind of lunatic could see a living soul as such?
I need a moment to reflect. The heart has no true place in cold, hard decision-making, I say.
Ha! What do I care about the state of your heart?
Oh, hello! What have we here? An adventurer, I judge, by the world-weary look of your weapon, and a noble by the wonderfully deep pockets clipped to your belt. What luck! What luck! Charla is my name, good friend. I came to this second life some time ago, some years. Years, it must be. Or perhaps not. In any case, it has been time well spent hunting out magnificent goods and selling them to interested parties. So many wonderful artifacts I've found, so many precious relics I'd be so happy to rehome to a trusted buyer. Have a look by all means. You'll find every make and kind of impressive accessories, but you'll also find certain very rare relics too. You look like just the sort of self-starter to appreciate what I mean. Weapons, 4 of them, that the intrepid adventurer can improve and upgrade as he travels if he finds the right pieces. See them? See them? Judge for yourself. Goodbye then, good friend. Goodbye. That is, unless you fancy a glance at some of my wonderful goods. What do you think you're doing? Well, it's no bone off my nose, Chasm, in any case. Have a look through my wares if you'd like to find something already wiped clean of orc ooze. My prices won't disappoint.
Potions to bemuscle you!
What? Oh, it's you! What news? What would you like to discuss? The what of what now? Oh, you're speaking gibberish. Ah, you mean the Staff of Pergamon. Yes, yes. I was expecting a shipment of weapons, and among the cargo was this very powerful, very rare staff. I managed to place the order through means somewhat, atypical to a government official. Cecil proved an old fool, though, for the merchant slated to deliver it to me has just informed me that the damn thing has gone missing. I fear it may have fallen into the wrong hands, and I wonder if you could retrieve it for me. His name is Conrad, captain of the Tide Splitter, a merchant ship still docked at the Saysil harbor. You can talk to him if you think it'd help, but I'd quite like to avoid getting the Legion involved, if you don't mind. The staff itself contains a shard of an ore, highly valued for its use in the weapons of war. I know use of the material to be forbidden, but I was desperate to do something to aid the townsfolk against the undead.
Ahoy, sailor! Are you enjoying the fresh winds of Saysil? Aye, that Cecil's worse than a rooster, crowing all around town about matters he ought to know are better kept quiet. Well, if you know about the staff, I suppose you also know it's gone without a trace. For my part, I haven't a clue where it could have gone. Overboard, stolen, or vanished into thin air. Though I'm quite eager to see it returned. I've got a reputation to uphold, you know. Wouldn't hurt to ask some of my men. I tried myself, but sailors tend to be a bit tight-lipped when they're afraid of getting one another in some trouble. Seaman's code, you know. Not to rat out a fellow sailor.
Shores? Here? In Saysil? Bah! Of all the cursed hunks of rock to land on, Conrad chooses this'n. Was too busy dodging fireballs to notice anything myself. But ask around a bit. Could be one of the other men spied something I didn't.
Sauce? Here in Saysil? Oh, of all the cursed hunks of rock to land on, Conrad chooses this one. Now that you mention it, I noticed Dietmar, a fellow merchant travelling with us, carrying a sealed box off the ship during the attack. At the time, I figured he was just escaping with his personal effects. But it could well have been that staff you're talking about.
You know,
well, sure, I saw him slip off the ship, but I haven't a clue where he could possibly be now. Captain Conrad's the man to ask for such matters.
Shores? Here? In Saysil? Bah! Of all the cursed hunks of rock to land on, Conrad chooses this'n. Don't know much about him myself, except that he and Captain have partnered up more than a few times for long journeys. Perhaps one of the other crewmen will be able to tell you more.
Heard anything about the whereabouts of the magic stick yet? What? That weasel has it for sure. But I'll tell you this. I didn't speak of that stuff to a soul on board. If he's the one who took it, he must have known it was on the ship before stepping foot on her decks. I'm sure he'll make a run for it, probably by boat. I'd look for him on an out-of-sight beach somewheres. He's probably there now trying to launch a vessel in private, if he hasn't already escaped, that is. Sorry, pal, but not a soul's permitted to disturb the enlightened one. On guard!
Gods forgive this transgression.
Take no prisoners!
A million tiny pieces! Enhanced navigation!
On guard! I will bleed your willpower dry. I'd prefer to drown my sorrows with ale.
Your grave opens to welcome you.
Into the fray once more.
in!
Into the fray once more.
What's that gleam?
Sauce? Here in Saysil? Oh, of all that cursed hunks of rock to land on, Conrad chooses this one. So, you found that thief, did ya? I hope you gave him what was coming to him, breaking the sailor's code as he did.
Heard anything about the whereabouts of the magic stick yet? Ah, you found it, eh? Well, you really did me a service there. Go ahead and deliver that stuff to Cecil, and let me know when the matter's settled.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? What? You found it? Oh, this is excellent news. Where is it then? Give it here.
Here it is, the Staff of Pergamon.
Not so fast. We can't trust such a powerful relic to senile Cecil.
Come now. How can you refuse a sweet old man like Mayor Cecil?
Think of all the foes we could defeat with this staff. We'd be legends.
No, we'll do as I say.
Wonderful! Oh, it's simply wonderful! Come, come, you must let me thank you somehow. I've got it! A free month's honorary membership to the Saysil Library.
By Shadu World Shaper, this bedeviled staff has cost us time in spades. Can we please attend to more urgent matters?
Heard anything about the whereabouts of the magic stick yet? Many thanks, sailor. Cecil got his goods, and my reputation is restored to its former splendor. A scallywag can try to steal from Conrad, but in the end, justice sides with the captain.
Let's see. Warm as dragon's breath.
Honoured to meet ya. Wish I was a source hunter. Dangerous line of work, but it's a damn sight more glorious than being a legionnaire.
Baking like a cake.
It never ends around here. There's a zombie in my garden, my sheep is missing, an orc ate my baby. Night and day, day and night. You're a source hunter, aren't you? They say you can talk to animals, but I, for one, won't be falling for such a tall tale.
Baking like a cake. You don't think it's
Source hunter. A sight for sore eyes, if ever there was one. I know you're probably knee-deep in that awful murder investigation, but truth be told, the Legion could use your help as well. We've been conducting a series of expeditions into undead territory, and I'm afraid I must admit they've met with very little success.
Ugly'll be the least of it.
Lieutenant Selenia, at your service. I'm Captain Aureus' second-in-command, but rest assured I am a lot more kindly inclined towards source hunters than he is. Now, I certainly don't mind a bit of healthy competition, and even rivalry between our orders, but I, for one, have no intention of looking a gift horse in the mouth. And that is exactly what your presence in Saysil is, source hunter. A gift and a blessing. Only heroes such as yourself can make a true difference in this troubled part of the world. Such is my honest conviction.
It's in fact a deal.
I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you. If ever we want to be victorious in Saysil, we have to track down the root of the undead uprising. Under the Pact of Volunteers, 3 expeditions were launched to do just that, but so far, none of their participants have returned. 3 landmarks were chosen for further investigation: the lighthouse, the burial mounds, and the old church. Places fraught with danger all. There's a lighthouse to the west, up on the bluffs, overlooking the sea. No man has gone there in a decade, and yet a light shines from its pinnacle every night. The locals say it's haunted, and half a dozen legionnaires have gone to find out whether or not those are mere tall tales. I fear for their safety. So I did. The Pact of Volunteers. Many legionnaires will do whatever it takes to go home, which is why I personally sign their transfer orders the moment they make it back from a mission behind enemy lines. The chances of survival during these sorties are only about 1 in 10, you see. So my soldiers are free to volunteer, and if they are successful, they just bought themselves a boat ride home.
The beast looks rabid.
In that case, you'll have the pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I could do with a cold drink.
There it is. I'm overheating here.
Beyond these walls, the dead roam free, Hunter. Be vigilant.
What a deluge.
I wouldn't venture too far out of town if I were you. Many legionnaires did so before you. Very few have returned. Whose invention? The stasis blaster. Quite a sight, no? The ray can singe a zombie or skeleton to ash in a matter of seconds. These days, we legionnaires hold a lottery to see who gets to man the things. You can bet it's no small amount easier to blast those flesh-eating monstrosities from a distance than to get within striking range. Don't ask me how the blaster works, though. I just make sure the thing's hitting its targets. Ugh, I'm dripping.
So the wizard's crafted a device intended to keep the undead at bay, has he? Little did he expect we'd recognize the hulking source sapphire he's using to fuel it. Careful now, comrades, and tread lightly. There's no telling when that madman's doomsday device might gain sentience and turn its rays on us. Oh, to be met with such derision by my own comrade. Let me tell you a little something about You know, if I recall correctly, a source sapphire does have a particular sheen about it. Yes, and I think that in fact an authentic source sapphire buzzes with the trapped souls of 1,000 innocents too. Perhaps, well, no matter if this particular gemstone is innocuous, the principle remains.
This must be part of the expedition Lieutenant Selenia was talking about.
Not much we can do for these sad souls. But where are the others?
Leave no foe standing!
Fletched with thorny timber.
Comrades, we are exalted above all others.
One mark is not enough!
Your grave opens to welcome you.
Vengeance from the skies!
lucky charm. Seven, inspire us!
Face the unending darkness.
Death is its own deliverance!
Unless you're prepared to face the strongest ghost alive. Well, alive.
Hello, folks. Having a bully day? I'm having a bully day. Pushing, pulling, lifting. Look at them muscles, huh? Just like my days at the fair. I used to sail the 7 seas with the best of them. Better than the best of them. But found my true calling at the county fair. The strongest man in Saysil I was, and they built me as such. Now those were swell times. How people marveled at my feats of strength. Boy, was I the cat's pajamas back then. Anyone could go up against me in a grand old bare-knuckle jamboree, but did they ever best me? Baloney. Now, I'm not a violent guy. Don't get me wrong. Make no mistake. But you know there's no harm in a little roughhousing now and again, putting on a show for the roaring crowd. Plenty challenged me in those days, but none managed to best Snorri. No, sir. Scrawny against brawny. Could have been a night title fight at the fair. Here are the rules, hotshot. I'm gonna summon an item. Something only Snorri himself could smash. And if you can manage to break it in 35 seconds, you'll have won the challenge. Go getting any pie in the sky? Hope so, pally pal. This'll be nothing to sneeze at. There she is, noodle arms. So, what are you made of? Well, you've bested me indeed. Think I'll give this place the old 23 skidoo and find a worthy opponent in the Hall of Echoes. Sayonara!
Soaked to the skin.
Don't you hear that? That moaning? I'm not going any closer.
Come now. We've got to show these spooks the meaning of Legion grit.
I'm up to my short hairs in grit. I don't need to wrangle a devil to prove that.
If you haven't got what it takes, I'll do it myself.
Well, please do. I'll make a fortune selling the book rights to my autobiography, The Last Legionnaire.
Yes, well, give me a moment. I'm just, letting my supper settle.
Oh, thank the seven. Lucia, it's the Source Hunter. We're not going to die on this haunted cliff after all.
Who's dying? We're just resting up. The calm before the storm. Those ghosties at the lighthouse won't know what hit 'em. There's certainly something fishy happening. The light shines sure as the tides, though there's not been an attendant there for nearly 2 decades. Our platoon made a pact with Selenia. We'd check out the lighthouse, and if we made it back, we'd get a ticket home.
What Selenia failed to mention was that it wasn't just the ghosts at the lighthouse we had to worry about, it was every savage skeleton on the way there and back too. When we started, we were 7. Now, Lucia and I are the last alive.
Survival of the fittest, I say. We're just here marshalling our strength before hauling into that lighthouse with our swords blazing.
Ha! Marshalling our strength indeed. To be honest, we've been shaking like chihuahuas, praying for a way out of this mess. And it seems the 7 have sent you.
Ah, Malleus, your dignity's in a puddle at your feet. As for me, an honourable soldier and servant to Rivellon, I'm not afraid to ask nicely. So, what do you say, Source Hunter? Will you check out the lighthouse in the name of your comrades in arms? If Selenia sees the place cleared, we'll be on the next ship out to Saysil and back to our families.
You'll go to the lighthouse and straighten matters out, yes? Let us know what you find.
The further we go, the more bodies we find heaped around.
We must be closing in on where they were headed.
Maximum bow tension!
A fine stroke of luck.
One mark is not enough.
Get there, my pets! Rise from your grave!
May this divine gift lead us to triumph. Hymn of harm! In the footsteps of the brawler.
This will make your blood run cold.
No glory in this death.
Rise from your grave!
Precision stance!
Rise from your grave!
The time of your death is at hand.
Rapid fire!
Dearest Desdemona, I see your eyes before me still. Were that I could drown in their endless azure and end this torment. The ship, the waves, the cold, wild sea, and I, the maniac in the darkened lighthouse. Oh, folly! Oh, grievous sin! These walls, my home, my hell. I may have died, but my guilt lives on and on. What's this? Living eyes that can see the shape of death? Avert your gaze, wanderer, for you are looking upon the phantom of a murderer.
Careful, comrade. I think I sense a sorcerer in yonder shadows.
I've heard powerful undead like the Lighthouse School never truly die, but lie in wait to be resurrected again. sure is sorry about Desdemona. And for all we know, her ghost's off somewhere pining for him, just as he's pining for her.
Samson was my name, a long time ago. I know not why upon my death I became a ghost, doomed to haunt this tower. Perhaps the gods heard of my crime and stripped me of my rightful place in their eternal realm. If so, their punishment was just. Each night I wake the flame in the lighthouse to repent for my wretched sin. That indeed is the tainted title I must bear, and deservedly so. For 15 years ago to the day it was that I sat atop my lighthouse, the flame unlit, and watched on as a pitiable ship crashed upon the cliff and got devoured by greedy waves. Deliberately had I foregone to do my duty. Willfully did I condemn every soul aboard to a salty sleep on the bed of an indifferent sea. Why did I commit this act of blackest horror? Jealousy, anger, the bitter anguish of a broken heart. Those are the ancient ills that drove me to madness. Desdemona was on board, as I knew she would be, my wife. The delicate beauty of whom I was sure was betraying me with her friend, the dashing Falada. Possessed as I was by the demons of envy, ire, and torment, I decided that if I had her love no longer, only death could take her for his mistress. And so I sat here, coldly and calmly, as I delivered them both unto the deep. Yet no sooner had the water closed its spuming jaws around the perishing vessel below, that the extent of my offense dawned on my beleaguered mind. Overcome with guilt, I sought escape through the hangman's noose, but rest was not to come. Skeletons roamed the lands, restless as my troubled soul, but shall not find their lair here. Some scuttle by now and again, but most of the time I reside here in solitude. Solitude and silence.
Another betrayed soul. It is weakness that he weeps for her. Her death was deserved.
Speaking of deserved deaths, will you can it? Or do I need to can you?
Quite a story that ghost had to tell. Not every day one hears about a lighthouse keeper sinking ships just because his wife proved to be unfaithful.
Aye, a pitiful creature. Torn up so badly by the loss of love that it led him to commit murder. I almost feel sorry for him.
Sorry? The man killed who knows how many innocents for the sake of a sick bout of jealousy. He's a monster.
Do you hear that? It sounds like wailing. There aren't ghosts around here, are there?
How did it go? Don't spare any details. We need to make a full report to the Lieutenant.
Now that's an interesting story. Clean the grit from your ears and I'll tell you all about it.
Don't let them off so easily. These gasbags shouldn't reap a single benefit from their cowardice.
Show that compassionate spirit I so admire in you and help these homesick soldiers.
Saysil will gain nothing from our swooping in and letting its legionnaires pack up and leave without doing their duties.
No, we'll do as I say.
So, let me get this straight. There's a ghost inside operating the lighthouse, and you managed to do away with the bad beasties at the base of the thing. Whew, sounds like a job well done.
And I'm sure Selenia will be thrilled to hear we did it. Another triumph for Legion daring do. And if this doesn't buy us a ticket home, nothing will.
I need a moment to reflect. Egotism certainly has its time and place, and I'm not afraid to take what I need.
If you're done going on about yourself, we've got sorcerers to hunt.
Then, 24 skeletons crawled out of the ground, encircling us.
Naught but a trifle for us legionnaires, what? We fought like lions, slaying 3, 4 undead with every blow. I say, impressive.
Their lair isn't to be found by the lighthouse, but we thinned their ranks all right.
Well done indeed. We accomplished our mission and more, Lieutenant. So you'll send us home as promised, yes? So I will. The Pact of Volunteers stands and you have earned your ticket home. Well, look what the cat dragged in. Good to see you. My brave troops were just telling me how they proudly vanquished the undead near the lighthouse. Did you get to witness my valiant soldiers in action?
Really? I could have sworn we were the ones who inspected the lighthouse.
You'd have sworn wrongly. These men did their jobs just fine.
Allowing these layabouts to get a reward for a job poorly done will only encourage others to do the same. Then who will protect Saysil?
Come on, buddy, be fair, will you? Give this pair their chance to get out of Saysil and go home.
All right, we'll do it your way.
Yes, I bet legionnaires can impress even source hunters. Now, as for my 2 braves here, you shall prepare to leave Saysil post-haste. You're going home, as is your just reward.
Thank you, Lieutenant. All in the day's work.
Salutations, Source Hunter.
Back to do you. Come on now.
I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you. By all means.
Disfigured for life.
There are ancient burial grounds to be found north of the city. As good a place as any to start looking for necromancers, wouldn't you say? A local archaeologist offered to tag along with the men. Here's hoping his knowledge on the subject may prove to be of use to them.
Pleasure of putting her down yourself.
I wish for you to try it, Screech Woman. The beast speaks, so you've half a brain behind that barrel.
They must know I'm missing. Where is the Legion?
According to his diary, this bloke couldn't put down his dogs even after he knew them to be infected.
Must be one of those skeletons.
Who could bear to harm his best friends? Especially when they only showed signs but no symptoms of turning.
He who would let infected beasts spread their sickness is a sentimental fool.
No, I'm missing. Where is the Legion? I hope those dead dogs don't find me. They must know I'm missing. Where is the Legion? What was that? Must be one of those skeletons. Must keep still. Mercy me. It walks, but it's not dead. I wasn't entirely certain I'd ever meet anyone any more fitting that description. The name's Wolfram, and it's a delight to make your acquaintance. Good to see, by the by, you don't belong to the Legion. 10 of their number accompanied me on a fact-finding mission to an ancient burial mound. But, as it turns out, they stood a snowflake's chance in hell against the undead. Not that I reckon my chance is any higher, though, especially with that vicious undead mutt prowling the grounds round this here ruin. I'd go so far as to say I'm in dire need of an armed escort back to the city, as a matter of fact. I'm an archaeologist and connoisseur of the undead. Because of my expertise, Lieutenant Selenia, a commander of the Legion in Saysil, wanted me to investigate the ancient burial mound just outside of town, hoping to uncover the source of the zombie plague. No such luck, though. Quite so. I live for the dead, so to speak. The combination of archaeology and a case of incidental necromantic magic is what sparked my interest in the field. Of course, I'll be glad to share what knowledge I have obtained over the years. Zombies are the results of vile necromancy in action. Among the resurrected dead, there are those who used to be wizards, and they can cast spells still. They slay their prey and bring them back as deathless thralls that fester with the diseases of decay. Should you encounter these menaces, always try to pick them off from afar. Don't let them get close, or they'll riddle you with the poisons and the blight that afflict them. These ones in particular, the ones around Saysil, are the resurrected soldiers of Brachus, the last and most infamous in the line of sorcerer kings. He himself is supposed to be buried somewhere around here, but no one knows where the actual grave is. Long have I searched and deep have I dug, but so far I haven't found anything more spectacular than rusted weaponry and shards of pottery. Be that as it may, Brachus' soldiers stalk these lands anew, and they still fight like veterans. I told those fools of legionnaires to bring maces instead of swords. You know, weapons that crush these skeleton bones, not blades that may ricochet right off. Hell, even a sturdy branch would do the job better. But they didn't listen, and now they're dead. Oh, and don't be surprised if the dead use an unusual amount of magic against you. These soldiers were loyal to a sorcerer king, after all. Dark magic all around. I'll never make it back to Saysil alone. But you've gotten this far. You can bring me back, can't you?
We certainly can. Let's be off.
Hold on. Why risk our hides for the likes of him?
Come now. The role of a paladin becomes you better than that of a villain.
Surely you don't agree he is worth the life of such a splendid person?
No, no. We'll do as I say, and there's an end to it.
Marvellous. Mighty fine of you. Lead the way, I say.
Eye of the eagle! Talons of the hawk!
Take that, you undead vermin!
Only the best, my allies.
Quick shot! This arrow seeks more than one target.
The hell with you! Yes, that's how it's done! You did it! We made it! Oh, cheers for escorting me to safety. You're a godsend, you are. I'll be in the King Crab, clearing the dust from my throat. The drinks are on me if you'd like to partake.
May I remind you that saving the lives of simpletons isn't worth an iota of our time. There are demons out there. Nothing else matters.
Welcome back to Saysil, Hunter. The Legion greets you.
Feeling hot under the collar.
It's heating up.
So good to see you again, Source Hunter.
Do you?
I shall be very glad to share what information I can give you. By all means.
I'll be disfigured for life.
My legionnaires. They all perished? How fate has treated them wantonly. And if it weren't for you, the archaeologist would surely have died as well. He has much to be thankful for. Were that I had.
Pleasure of putting her
We
down.
lost another 4 brave souls. But I'm so very happy for the 2 that did make it back. They've truly earned their ticket home.
Captain's question crossed her lips and ached an air of aptitude.
Hey, Tull, I think that was an insult.
Don't pay attention to the beast very.
poison. They soak it up like sponges. Rotten, mouldy sponges. Like that one in the corner beneath your sink.
Soaked to the skin.
That creature there looks like it'd like to play fetch with our femurs.
Is that a zombie dog? Man's best friend, my hiney.
Then arrows fly!
Before me.
I am truly fortunate.
Death is its own deliverance! Rapid fire!
In the rain, nobody can see you cry. Your death is at hand!
on your soul! Stopping strike! I prize accuracy in my arrows.
Eternal silence awaits you.
In the rain, nobody can see you cry.
It never rains, but it pours, eh?
Hey, there's a dungeon just like this nearby. I'm sure of it. Do you think what we do here affects that place? Here are awfully strange. Some of them stare at that tombstone for hours.
I wonder what that did. Did that cause a reaction? Now to find out what effect that had. Now to find out what effect that had. It never rains, but it pours, eh?
Time to deal some damage.
I need another chance!
The spirits of winter smile with me.
Take no prisoners!
heaven grant abundance!
Now to find out what effect that had. Did that cause a reaction? Now to find out what effect that had. Did that cause a reaction? Gods gift me an endless quiver.
Target acquired!
You don't have a leg to stand on.
Your grave opens to welcome you.
Sigurd's beard, what a find!
Treasure! My...
Got your pendant at the ready?
A rectangular object seems to be missing here.
Interesting markings. It looks like a circular object might fit here.
Now you see me, now you don't. Yeah. Off I go! Zip zap wee! Yay! You're too fat! You're too slow! Don't move! I'll blow you to insy wincy teensy bits!
This day, we fight. This day, we win! No more resistance than a cow!
A fine stroke of luck!
Greetings! These stalls are for our Legion troops. Rivellon's finest work up mighty fine appetite serving the 7. Drink and gamble. That's all we do around here. Hope you fare better, Source Hunter. Know much about zombies, do ya? How about walking bones?
Blasted poultry. Here, chicken, chicken, chicken. Blasted poultry.
Step aside! Step aside! Baka! This maniac's gonna turn me into a meat pie! Baka!
A chicken has the right to live too.
Chicken, 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 viens chez papa.
Pardon him? What a silly notion. Such a lovely day calls for a nicely cooked chicken.
Come on, chicken, chicken, chicken,
Look at that
viens.
cute little beak. Can you really condemn that face to the cleaver?
If this chef makes something especially tasty, maybe he'll give us a nibble for helping him out.
No, we'll do as I say.
Yippee-ki-yay! I'm free! I'm free! So long, suckers!
You... Why did you let my chicken escape? You let my chicken escape? Looks like it's your lucky day, Jack. Now to tell the troops they're getting nothing but the cornbread.
Have you met the archaeologist? He knows all about the mysterious burial mounds of Saysil. Never trust a doctor. They're all witches.
Give me muck, tra-la-la-la-la, and I'm in luck, fa-la-la-la-la. You know how you people say you're a good provider when you bring home the bacon? You should knock that off.
I'm writing a story called The Pearl and the Swine. That'll help some old prejudices out of this world.
You again? Come to throw my dinner to the wind again, have you? I'm Chef Maurice, the one and only culinary connoisseur capable to make a dish for an army with little more than a single chicken.
Let's see.
Never saw you in the king crab before. You're welcome to scratch me behind the ears if you like. I won't scratch back. I am Unsinkable Sam. At least that's what they call me around here. Used to be a ship's cat, but the clipper I was on sank, and I was the only one to wrestle himself free from the waves. The people here were kind and took me in, being the king crab's foremost patron ever since. A magnificent ship she was. Used to belong to a pirate, I was told. Unlike me, she didn't prove to be unsinkable, though. We hit the cliffs right neath the lighthouse. Not very apt a name for that building, I must say, for no light was shining from it. The moment I hit the water, I writhed around like I would on a hot tin roof. By some miracle, I managed to reach the beach, covered in kelp and smelling worse than a fish's funeral parlor. But I was alive. And that was more than anybody else could say. So I was. What friends I had. They drowned alongside the rats I used to hunt in the galley. And there I was, all alone. Not that I have it bad here, mind you. I've milk and fish aplenty. Most folks will pet me kindly, and when one of the village girls holds me tight against her ample bosom, I purr up a storm. But I do long for a companion of my own kind, and in that regard, there is no one like Maxine. Maxine, the mayor's darling pet. So gentle, so fair a feline. The grace of her whiskers, the subtle palette of dyes in her sable coat. She's one of a kind, that cat. She likes me. I know she does. But when I declare my love, she backs away. I don't know why. I've serenaded her and braved many a bucket of water for my efforts. But for some reason, she is not to be swayed. By all means. People make a fuss about them because they endanger the lands around the city. They never bother me when I'm out for my monthly walk, though. But still, I do detest them. I mean, they're so unnatural, aren't they? Cats can have 9 lives, but humans are only entitled to 1. Oh, don't mention orcs to me. Worse than dogs, that lot. Sank Walrus Willie's boat right from under him. Best anchovy fisher in the world he was. A loss to us all.
That purring sound. Mind control vibrations, I'm sure. Don't be seduced, comrades.
That cat is a miracle of creation. Don't you dare befoul it with your moronic delusions.
Treasure! Oh, golly gosh. One who flaunts the highways and byways of silly old Saysil with the easy elegance of a puss with her tail in the air. I do declare such a sight is rather rare around here. But where are my manners? I am Maxine, and you must be one of those hunters one hears so much about. Charmed, I'm sure. I'm the mayor's cat, don't you know? Born and raised on velvets and viands of most exquisite varieties.
Maxine rhymes with queen, after all, and dearest, that is hardly a coincidence. Oh, he's a darling old Tom, isn't he? Paws over tails in love with me, and who can blame him? The feeling's, well, it's rather mutual, actually. But that pet of a puss simply doesn't have a penny to his name. At the risk of sounding as shallow as a spaniel, I can't but admit my love does not come unconditionally. What if we were to have kittens, he and I? They'd jolly well starve, wouldn't they, with an alley cat for a papa? Oh, dear Sam, he's such a good old bean. But he does rather reside at the bottom of the scratching pole, doesn't he? And dear me, one must have at least a mite of standards. But of course, darling, be my guest. Oh, this quaint little town is a tad too parochial for one of my more urbane tastes. But one has to make do, hasn't one? The fresh sea air does go to great lengths to invigorate one's spirit, that much I'll admit. And it is rather jolly to watch the ships sail in laden with all kinds of exotic wares, full of the little treats the mayor likes to spoil me with. Darling man, he dotes on me so. Heavens forbid! No, fear is rather too strong a term there, Hunter dearest. The predator's instinct is a trait we share, you and I, and though those rancid ramblers may not be quite as easy to put to the claw as mice are, I assure you they are just as easily outwitted.
Ah, cats. Such beauty, such grace they have. Magnificence incarnate.
Slinking charlatans, more like. I wouldn't trust a cat as far as I could throw it. And I'm a world league cat tosser.
I think I'll sleep by the fire tonight, once the regulars stagger home. Aye, so there's the rub. I am but a stray, and she is the mayor's cat. Oh, I do understand her, I do. She wants a Tom of means, not privation. One who brings home the sardines and the occasional halibut. Would that I still had my collar. Such a marvel it was, as bejeweled as the night sky with precious stones, said to have once been worn by a far-off Maharaja's best hunting cheater. Like the king of all cats I looked when I wore it, a gift bestowed upon me by a princess whom I had kept company during a long and perilous voyage. A precious band of gemstones, lost as I was tossed around by the waves like a ball in a game of catch. Among the waves it remains, I imagine. Worn perhaps by a crab who fancies himself a Caesar with it. If only I could be the Caesar again, and Maxine my Caesarina.
I should have done this from the very start.
These footprints are enormous.
Watch out. Orcs that large think with their clubs, not their heads.
Marksman's poise.
Sigurd's advantage! Die, vermin!
gods gift me an endless quiver.
Feeling lucky.
Freezing flurry!
Charge of the champion! Demon's breath! I've been paralyzed!
Death is its own deliverance!
On the mend!
I know what I know. Orcs leave much better crumbs than mouldy skeletons.
Why don't I feel more relieved to see so many dead orcs?
Because whatever killed them could be around any corner, and we've no idea whether to expect a friend or foe.
Hang on to your socks! That's the biggest static cloud I've ever seen!
There's got to be a way to cover up the source.
Bloody claws. Huge claws. Curse the pirate. You'll never give up the stone.
Fortune!
May the gods curse the mother that bred thee!
This day, we fight! This day, we win! May I be valiant as the Lion of Summer!
Fortune favors our fight! Farseer!
I'm tripping!
I'll crack your sorry skulls like walnuts.
You can't protect the bloodstone forever, dry bones! I bet that horn would make a pretty ornament for this tomb. I'll slit thee from toe to horn and wear thee like a suit. Come, Greenskin, don't you long for sweet release? May the gods curse the mother that bred thee!
This is the end! For you!
Oh, is the ickle skelly scared? I'll pull every last rotten tooth from his skull. I'll pull every last rotten tooth from his skull.
I am an whore like I'm gonna crush your dust. Accursed orcs! Even without a nose, thine stench plagues me. May the gods curse the mother that bred thee. Death upon thee, greenskin! I'll cut thee in twain! May the gods curse the mother that bred thee! I bet that horn would make a pretty ornament for this tomb. Death upon thee, greenskin! I'll cut thee in twain!
We'll suck the marrow from your bones. And God protect the bloodstone forever, dry bones.
Death upon thee, greenskin! I'll cut thee in twain! May the gods curse the mother that bred thee!
I'm overheating here.
I'll slit thee from toe to horn and wear thee like a suit.
The living versus the dead. But what in this dank cave could be worth such a savage fight?
Regardless, these orcs will find no allies in us.
I must focus!
Stance of the staunch!
Your grave opens to welcome you!
The orcs must have been after something quite valuable to have braved battle with the undead.
On the mend!
Bones knit, skin heals.
Things got pretty hairy there for a bit. I could feel the very Reaper breathing down my neck.
And you'd be feeling nothing no more if it wasn't for my healing spell. Gods, I'm tired of babysitting you.
Then heal me no longer if it bothers you so much. You're as caring a nanny as a rabid dog is anyway.
Hope I land on my feet. As good as a new penny! On the mend!
My gods, what is that abomination?
Well, when a crab and a man love each other very much... This day, we fight. This day, we win! The flesh is willing, but the spirit is weak.
You look a bit under the weather.
An auspicious omen.
That ought to hurt.
I invoke the bite of ice.
Seven, have mercy on your soul.
Sweet relief.
Fear me, I am Billigar. I will give you tons of scars. My tricks are known throughout the land. My rhymes rhyme nicely. Understand? Billigar! Ha-ha! You wish to know of me? I am the best, can't you see? Such tricks, such rhyming. The biggest fan of the tricking, rhyming, best Billigar man. Sad sap! You stepped into my trap! If you move, this room explodes. You'll have to stay till you wither away. Your only hope's a secret button, but since moving will kill you, you can't do nothing. Is the button red? Blue? Orange? Will you find it? Will you... storange? Florange? Yeah, whatever. I am Billigar! Ha 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 ha! Don't forget, if you move from that spot, things around here will get mighty hot! Ha ha! Too bad you can't find my secret switch without moving from... where you're standing.
Did that cause reaction?
Even the would-be wizards inflict chaos and misery.
Any dilettante does his craft ill justice. Judge the novice, Medora, not that which he practices.
A pirate's office? I would have expected to find something rather more exciting inside.
With the way this place is rigged, I wouldn't speak so soon.
Fucking crabmen aren't afraid of anything, and they won't let you charm them either. Beats me what can set their watery hearts ablaze. Why is everyone always fiddling with the packages in the corner? It's not like there's delicious rotten trash inside.
So that's what that did. Does anything seem different now? Look out! I see a trap nearby. Woo!
How did I get down here? To the skin! Potent heat!
else fooling me? Marksman's poise.
As good as a new penny.
I can nearly smell myself from here. We're nearly there. I know it. It won't be the worst indignation I've suffered. Get on with it then.
The body stirs. The subtle slouch in its decayed shoulders suggest intense longing. A large, soggy chunk of flesh falls to the ship's floor with a melancholic thud. So this is what's to become of me, it seems to moan. A body with no head, a ship with no captain. Dejectedly, it proffers a hand. In its palm is a well-weathered notebook only slightly sticky with rotted corpse ooze. You accept it, taking it by its spine with 2 ginger fingers. Your efforts at not gagging are most valiant. Nick's body grows cold, then hot. Could it be, after all this time, reunited? Could it be real? Could it be true? Tremors overtake its hands, its knees, and then...
Toes, legs, arms, fingers. A bit more rotten than when I last saw them, but who am I to look a gift self in the mouth? Oh, the feeling of air in my minimally perforated lungs. Of, well, not quite blood, but lovely ooze pumping through my only moderately decayed veins. What a joy it is, my friend. What an absolute joy. Now for my last unfinished business. Pontius Pirate, the animal who consigned me to the peanut-crunching masses. I won't rest until his skull cracks beneath my foot. Despicable fiend. No wonder his spirit lingers in this cursed cave. Not even the darkest hell would open its gates to such a perversion of the human soul. He would tolerate no dissent upon his death barge. I dared to raise my voice but once, and his sword was through my throat before I'd even finished my plea. He lingers here, that much is for certain. I remember this cavern well from my days on Pontius's crew. This was the heart of his operations, the launching pad from which he massacred countless innocents with blackest sauce. There's a hidden passageway from his office at the cave's heart. It leads to the dock where the Black Widow, his ship, is anchored. There he'll be. There we must find him. Not quite, but he had in his possession a great stone capable of terrible feats of magic. With it, he fashioned a machine of war so terrible that none, neither king nor buccaneer, could best him. It was source magic within that stone, and the captain was drunk with the power of it. Drove him madder than a loon, it did, and it seems he guards it within this cursed cave still. Ah, dear Source Hunter, I've had years spent spouting poetry to numbskulls to formulate the perfect plan for destroying that madman. Our approach is twofold. First, using magic, you must charge the war machine that he keeps still perched upon the deck of his ship. Properly empowered, this machine is more dangerous than any in Rivellon. I'm certain we could use it to turn the tide of battle against the mad captain. Second, I both grant a privilege and ask a kindness, Source Hunter. I hereby give you my eternal loyalty. Summon me at your will whenever it pleases you. All the better if you summon me against my old enemy. I swear to you, once I get my fingers around his throat, I'll never let go. From this moment forward, Source Hunter, I am your most grateful friend. Summon me where and when you will, and I will rush to defend you.
It was Source that drove Pontius mad, yet it is Source that has kept Nick alive to fight his old foe.
Nick may now be our ally, but make no mistake. He'd be better off dead than perverted into unlife by Source.
I don't think Nick himself would agree with that. Source may be dangerous, but it's hardly pure evil.
Pontius! His mad cackles jangle in every corner of this cave.
The Seven grant abundance!
Be wary of worn levers. I saw a man pull one once, and the effects were truly crippling.
Hold! Our enemies have lain a trap. we harvest the benefits of fate.
Only the best for my allies. Your heart truly isn't in this fight.
May I be valiant as the lion of summer. Must focus.
The time of your death is at hand.
Bless the seven. I am restored.
submit to my chilly embrace.
Maximum bow tension! This arrow seeks more than one target.
I feel like I've been set in stone!
Your death is at hand!
What just happened? A fine stroke of luck.
Icy draft.
This arrow may not look like much.
Meet your demise!
No glory in this death. Seven, have mercy on your soul! My kingdom for a dry shirt! Careful now, that's a trap.
I've always been curious about the exotic lever. Where does it lead? A tropical isle? A dusty western village? Perhaps to the Hall of Echoes itself?
Ah, so that's what that did. So that's what that did. Back into the fray. Did the lever have any effect? Ah, so that's what that did. I've been crippled! Look out! I see a trap nearby. Well, what's this I've spotted?
It's the strangest thing. Some folks wander into the bushes and never come back. It's like they just poof away.
Well, what's this I've spotted? Hold! Our enemies have lain a trap.
What's this? I found... Ah, so that's what that did. A stitch in time, eh, my friends? Ah, so that's what that did. Ah, so that's what that did.
I prefer to drown my sorrows with ale.
Careful! I've spotted a trap. Careful now, that's a trap. Careful! I've spotted a trap. Ah, so that's what that did. Hold! Our enemies have lain a trap. Hold! Our enemies have lain a trap. Careful! I've spotted a trap. So that's what that did. Revitalized and restored!
We meet again, the living and the dead. Welcome you are amongst us pirates, for we aim to revert those roles. Your blood will fuel the stone, and our flesh will return to our bodies. You shall die, so that we may live anew. look who's here has found his shoulders once more. Shall I find something new of yours to rip into, eh, Nick?
Comrades, we are exalted above all others.
Only the best, my allies. No foe can stand before me.
Bitter gale.
Gods gift me an endless quiver.
I've been dreaming of this day. The day I'd send you back to the abyss that spawned you.
I'll never forget how the spinal fluid dripped so delicately from your broken neck.
Seer!
You'll suffer every torment you inflicted upon me. Mark my words.
I'll never forget how the spinal fluid dripped so delicately from your broken neck.
Your grave opens to welcome you!
I've been dreaming of this day. The day I'd send you back to the abyss that spawned you.
freak show's made his way home. Welcome back, Nick.
Not so fast, cur!
Sodden all the way to my boot soles.
Aren't you curious what it's like, Pontius, to find your head lost in the depths of a sunless sea?
Come to serve me once more, Nick. Get on your knees and beg for the privilege.
You'll suffer every torment you inflicted upon me. Mark my words.
Treasure! A stitch in time, eh, my friends? As good as a new penny.
Salve for 7. We harvest the benefits of fate.
A dead dragon? Who could have bested one of Rivellon's most ancient creatures?
I'd wager someone, or something, made mad and mighty by Source.
Crabs aren't so bad, you know. At least they aren't poisonous. Careful now! Cave spiders can be rather crabby if you disturb them.
So we're on the hunt for something capable of taking out not one, but 2 dragons?
Delight of delights!
My great-great-grandfather used to tell me about a great red stone that made the local fauna fierce enough to take on these dragons.
My stars shine brightly today.
Do you suppose that's what destroyed those dragons?
How can I suppose anything with those eyes sizing me up like so much rump roast?
It's drawing water from the sea!
It'll use it against us unless we can stop it. I will bleed your willpower dry. I can smell your fear!
Oh, wow! You haven't been pinched in half or drowned. Does that mean you're brave enough to help Desdemona? She sure misses Samson.
I've got my eyes on the prize. Ooh!
Your flesh. Why, you're positively radiating. It's been years since a warm blood has wandered through these caverns. An utterly lovely sight. I know not. I know so little. My life in full I recall, from my earliest memories to my most recent sorrows. But why I should be trapped in this spectral form, I cannot say. I was on board a ship from Errata to Saysil. The night was black as ink, and the lighthouse in the distance offered us no aid. The ship's hull soon met the cragged shallows, and we were all of us lost. The thing I can least reconcile is that my own husband, my Samson, keeps the lighthouse. What could have become of him that night? My mind races with the possibilities. Gossipers, they nearly ruined me. In life, I was a natural philosopher, you see. A student of the stars. Errata, an elfish land not so far from Saysil, happens to boast the finest telescope in all of Rivellon. So I set sail, planning to spend several weeks there enhancing my research. When I arrived, I found an instant friend in the telescope's keeper, an elfish scientist named Faladar. We had much to share concerning our studies and found great joy in one another's company. It was a friendship as pure as starlight, but that didn't keep the rumors from flying. As the insinuations became increasingly vile, I thought it best to sail back to Saysil straight away and to introduce Faladar, my friend, to Samson, my only love, putting any and all foul rumors to rest. As you know, though, we never made it. Faladar is lost forever, and what has become of my darling Samson, I know not. He could never. You mean to say he left us to those savage waters on purpose? I can't believe it. And yet, if what you say is true, well, I must meet him in any case. To the lighthouse, you said? Fine.
Desdemona, my love. I should have known you would never betray me. I should have known your love to be as constant as the sky. Madness took hold of my heart, and with razor nails scratched murderous intent into its depths. And yet, look at us now. Not even death could impede our reunion. I beg of you, my love, forgive me. With but a word, you can heal my heart, efface the scars that lunacy left there. Forgive me, my wife, my own. Forgive me.
You've heard the whole story by now. Perhaps you can help me settle my mind. Half of me is furious, and the other half is utterly enraged. What do you think of my murderer husband?
Desdemona is under no obligation to forgive her murderer, no matter how sorry he may be.
Why perpetuate anger and rage? Desdemona should forgive the sorry soul.
I wouldn't forgive your murderer until I'd made him suffer for eternity. I'm sure you'd feel the same.
Do you really want two haunted, hostile souls wandering Saysil where there could be two peaceful ones?
All right, we'll do it your way.
I suppose you're right. The deed is done, and I can do naught but move forward now. Samson, I do forgive you. I do.
Yes, your shining soul, my love. From its incomparable purity, even the diamond hides its dull complexion in shame. The nightmare is at an end. We are together again, and shall remain so evermore.
Yes, the past is the past, my darling. Let's go forward together now, hand in hand into the next life.
These ghosts are fools if they think they'll find happiness now. New betrayal awaits, even in death.
Come on, Grumps. It ain't so dire as all that. They'll probably kick off their ghostly boots and have a nice time of eternity.
I need a moment to reflect. There's an old saying among the elders at Academy South. A source hunter without compassion is as a river without water.
Enough about your so-called compassion. We've a mission to complete.
I need to dry off.
I'll figure out who murdered Jake before the day's through. Just you wait. Detective Kip is on the case.
To leave the city is to venture into danger. Be careful, Source Hunter.
How can the Legion serve you today, Source Hunter? Your word is my command, Source Hunter. Go show those undead who's boss.
May the Seven keep you.
My lucky charm works for us all!
Oh, where is my pepper? Did it sprout legs and run away? May the Seven keep you. Rest in peace, darling. Rest in peace, darling.
Seven, have mercy on your soul.
Rest in peace, darling.
Maximum bow tension! It looks like one, but stings like thousands!
Bit of poison! Rest in peace, darling. Heaven keep you.
Into the fray once more.
Wings, Lossius. Pull your boots.
Careful! I've spotted a trap. Look out! I see a trap nearby. Hold! Our enemies have lain a trap. Are my eyes fooling me?
I need to dry off.
Careful! I've spotted a trap. Hold! Our enemies have lain a trap. Back on my feet again. Back on my feet again.
You smell like a hero. The hero I've been waiting for. Whoa, 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 whoa. A hero, a hero. I've got a bone to pick. Well, I've got no bones to pick, you see? And that's the problem. My friend and I collected a quite big pile of edibles from these shambling undead. A smorgasbord on feet, I say. But a band of wild wolves chased us off of it. If you follow me, I'll lead you straight to him. I bet a hero like you could shake him off in a matter of minutes. I'll lead the way, hero.
Because I'm a white rabbit that I'm going to lead you down a magical rabbit hole. Anyway, it ain't holes around here, it's wells.
Well, there goes my luck. Seven, inspire us! May I be valiant as the Lion of Summer.
The spirits of winter smile with me.
No glory in this death. Your grave opens to welcome you.
Ramming speed.
Sickle arrow!
Hurricane attack!
Meet your demise! Quick reflexes pierce deeper!
Feeling lucky. This day, we fight. This day, we win!
Ready!
Direct hit and hit and hit!
This is the end! For you! freedom for a dry shirt! I needed that.
Gold each. No better solution to the zombie problem than a
I think I'll sleep by the fire tonight, once the regulars stagger home. Winking Whiskers! You found my collar? Oh, thank you! Bless you! I shall don it right this instant, and hie me to Maxine as fast as my paws can carry me. You have made me the happiest cat in the world! Indeed you have! Maxine, my love, look at me. I am wearing it. The collar I told you about. The one you told me was but the fancy of a dream. Here it is. A band of jewels, such as no one in Saysil has ever beheld.
Dear me, that choker looks absolutely fabulous on you. Simply smashing. I can't believe it's real. Oh, darling Sam, you are a Tom of Means after all.
That I am, my little tigress. Behold my true collar, and marry me. Make me yours, and my very life I shall dedicate to your happiness.
Oh, what a passionate puss you are, my darling Sam. As impetuous as ever. But indeed you do seem to have the right and reason to be. Oh, I shall hold you in suspense no longer. Yes, my dear Sam, I will marry you.
With a word, you have stopped my heart and set it beating anew with untold vigor. Come, my love, my lean-tailed lady. By the fire of the hearth, let us lie and purr the night away.
And so Sam's story has a happy end after all.
It wouldn't have if we never found that collar. Maxine only agreed to marry him because he's rich now.
What a cynical thing to say. She loved him all along, but was worried about the children they might have. That's quite another matter.
It is a pity indeed to see how this treasure of a cat, this pinnacle of nature's beauty, has been corrupted by the wretched mores of man. Base materialism has darkened the purity of her soul, and has seized the very throne where love should rest. Let the story of Sam and his beloved serve as an example of this bitter truth. Between two humans, no love is unconditional. So strongly does this sad depravity seep from our every pore that it adulterates the innocence of what should be stainless spirits. We suffer from the inability to bestow love devoid of logic, devotion devoid of design. Wealth, status, prestige, the carnality of flesh and fortune, those are the true motivators of the affections between a woman and a man. Love. It is the name we give a base ambition, a delusion we blindly compel to be true and therefore falsely hold to be absolute. Pity love, and be wary of her too, for she is but a deception. Ha! Nonsense, is it? At least one of you has come to realize that love is but the vagary of fantasies, the intemperance of puerile minds. I shall not deny that my mind too was puerile once that I too loved a woman with all my soul, believing her to be... Ah, enough. Forget what I said. Dig love a grave, and there let it rot.
No better solution to the zombie.
Don't talk to me. You're making me lose focus. Can't you see I'm busy modeling? Obviously, someone's plumage isn't magnificent enough to inspire genius. All those naysayers in the past, bah! See what I've become. Hundreds of years from now, people will wonder, who is that cock? It must have been a grand cock, so inspired.
Fresh haddock. Perfect for a fry-up.
Portions to be muscled.
Hello, proportionate one. Oh, I can see from the symmetry in your face that you are a great fan of the fine arts, no? I'm a painter by trade, as you can see, but a cartographer at heart. You might think there isn't enough work for one of my talents in a downtrodden city like Saysil, and you'd be quite right. I travel around Andervale, mastering my craft and finding new subjects to add to my litany of lovely portraits and complex maps, like this rooster I'm working on now, and the landscape that surrounds him.
Halibut, sheep's cheese, tomatoes.
What? Oh, it's you! What news? What would you like to discuss? So Evelyn is the one who stole Jake's body. But whoever killed him is still on the loose. This is quite the mystery. Yes, very strange indeed. What were we talking about again? Maxine? What in heaven's name are you? Oh, you mean the mongrel that's always skulking about the place. I spent months trying to teach that worthless hound how to fetch, and it sat through every lesson looking at me as if I were an idiot. Man's best friend, my eye. I've always been more fond of cats myself.
Oh, you haven't left town yet, have you? Jolly good. Join me, why don't you, for a scandalously milky saucer of feral leaf tea? Oh, my dearest, dearest Sam. He's positively the tenderest tomcat in the world, and you are the most darling of sweethearts for having reunited him with the wealth he lost to the waves. I met him a pauper, but married him a prince. As a stray did he besiege my heart, but as a sovereign he won it, as a Caesar among cats. A life of love and cheer we owe you. But of course, darling, be my guest. Oh, my golly gumdrops, he did what? The nerve of the man. I knew he was hard of hearing and soft of wit, but this is a new low even for him. Oh, do calm down, Maxine. Compose yourself. Envision a calm ocean filled so plentifully with fish they positively flounder on the beach. There we are. Indignation has been dispelled. No longer do I care that booby of a mare called me the C word. A nervous twitch suddenly makes Maxine's whiskers wiggle.
I don't care in the least.
Welcome be, my friend. Waitress, another round of beers, if you please.
Is not love a wonderful thing, my friend? The greatest fortune of animals and humans alike? We are married, my friend. Can you believe it? Oh, how blissfully happy we are. Legions of litters we'll have, she and I. There'll be tiny Sams and mini Maxines on every roof and in every garden of Saysil. Frolicking felines. What a feeling. Meow.
I hope your quest fares well, dear hunter. And what might those be? What? A mere flea bag won the heart of that exquisite black beauty? I knew I should have acted sooner, and now I've let her slip through my claws. What? Why are you looking at me like that? She's certainly more beautiful than any human lady I've ever seen. Besides, it's easier to raise kittens than kids, I can tell you that.
Well, you see, the gold and silver planets in square aspect suggest a struggle within you. The signs are unclear. Tell me, have you felt Draconis Major interfering with your moon phase in the past fortnight?
Yes, I'm sure of it. Tell it to mind its own business.
Ah. There's that famous Scorpius temper of yours.
Another one for the collection.
Moo! Don't disturb Master Theliron now. He's been so busy with his research, the poor dear hasn't had a proper night's sleep in months.
I give milk. I give wool. And what do I get in return? One way or another, they always try to fleece me. Especially that Evelyn. She's out to get me. I know it. Meh.
The earth here seems to have been freshly fertilized and aerated. Obviously, someone has taken great care to maintain this gravesite. Are you sure you want to disturb it?
We and our shovels will do as we please.
We most certainly will not. We'll respect this gravesite by leaving it be.
Come now. I bet a thrilling mystery awaits us inside.
I'd hate to see you ruin those lovely hands of yours with calluses and dirt.
No, we'll do as I say.
As you prepare to break ground, you gaze at the dirt beneath your feet once more.
All right. Time to get digging.
I say it's time we respect this sacred ground.
All this discussion is making me dizzy. Let's calm our nerves with a nice long dig.
I can help you exercise your urge to meddle with bodies in a more pleasurable way.
No, we'll do as I say.
You plunge your shovel into the earth.
Whoa!
Seven drown this land.
I need to dry off.
Those boots would embarrass a bridge troll. Get to shining recruits.
Liberté, equality, and brotherhood for all will turn the wicked cleaver of decapitation upon you. Revolution is coming!
Get to shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.
Legionnaire at your service. Your word is my command, Source Hunter. Go show those undead who's boss.
Shining recruits.
Sorry, sir.